get the Twitch window open. Fuck it. We'll just let that rock for just a little bit while people get in here. What's up, Nostalgia? Young Nipple, what's going on? Finished this case about an hour and 10 minutes ago. Perfect. Well, here you are. Right here for the part, or the start, of part 2? Second investigation, I guess, technically. Exalted? You okay over there, buddy? Alright, May 11th, 1:03 p.m., Temple. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Yeah, last time, as seen on Phoenix Wright, Spirit of Justice. What's going on, Ultra Bub? Stars, man, what's poppin'? We kinda got hoed, all things considered. He delivered that verdict way too quick. And then there was another murder discovered. But how could she commit the murder if she was in jail? Mr. Wright. What's up, Albie? I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I actually thought it was one of the better case 3s, so IDK What Enrage was salty about yesterday. I mean, I'm kind of okay on it thus far. Like, the mystery of still who did it is out there, because I don't think Dats did it. I don't know what the actual circumstance, because it still could be, it very well could be suicide. He could have just jumped onto that fucking war bod statue and killed himself. But I have no idea. I don't have all the evidence. It's very clear that the second one has to be a murder, though, right? Because if Dots is dead, that leads to another person. But we haven't. They didn't even tell us who was dead. They just came in and said a body's been discovered. All right, sick. Another investigation. What's going on, Enrage? But right now. Oh wait, they're telling us everything. This dagger has Maya's prints on it. Yeah. Right now I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zell. Oh. Huh. Did they tell us this last time? Am I just misremembering? What's going on, SNR? Did I just misremember that they told us? Because all I remember hearing was there's a body. I don't remember hearing that. Maybe they did, but maybe I just didn't remember. What's going on, Power? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you in any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. Well, last time we had the princess help us, so I don't know what you plan on doing. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Oh, you look sad. Yeah, they said that there was a body discovered at the end of the trial, but I couldn't remember if they said whose it was or where it was found. All they ran in and did, they just said, yeah, a body's been discovered. Also, this dagger has Maya's prints on it. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder under the Defense Culpability Act. I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering, for I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Yeah, you got cooked, nigga. So, where do we go from here? Because at this point, you would think that, okay, insights just suck. You can't use them anymore. Because their interpretation is completely up to the person that's looking at it. If you can't completely understand the insight, if you can't determine the truth from the divination seance, then there's no real need for that to be in a courtroom. But obviously that's a mechanic that's going to stick with us to the end, but maybe they're like going to be like, "Oh, well, let's give her another chance, you know. Let's try it again. Maybe we can go again. Maybe it'll work this time." All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm gonna prove my innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate, like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Oh, yeah, follow me along. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed Head? Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice. Oh. She's just gonna be a stubborn teenager. Great. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. Everyone in this country sucks cock. Yeah, everybody in Korean kind of just suck right now. But it's probably just because we're a lawyer. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. Albie and Shadow are the only niggas I fuck with as of currently. That and Dirk. Haven't met Dirk yet? Fuck with Dirk. That nigga looked too nice. Now then. The scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Alright, move, nigga. What about your boy Inga? Well, he's clearly a fucking... He's a sleazeball. He's alright. I fuck with his design, but he's very clearly a corrupt politician. May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police have already finished their investigation. How's the 14-year-old sending you to prison? She's the priest, or the princess, the high priestess. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. That nigga got killed in damn near the exact same spot he was praying in too. Ah, it's crazy. A body outline and flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? What's going on, Adam, by the way? She's not sending... She said she would. She said she would if she found us tampering with shit. There's something different about the prayer flags today, too. Yeah, there's this purple and yellow one. As the high priest disciple, acolyte zealot was utterly devoted in his training. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you could prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. What's up, Emma? Emma! It's that detective from your country again. Eep, it's the princess! You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You're just doing your job. And if I had just done mine... Mr. Wright? But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that quite literally. Gladly. I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. Alright, so what you got for me? Let's see. How about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Pray Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So, while we were in court, right? So, during the high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently, he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. Well, your back gave out, Phoenix. It's not because you couldn't pray. It's because you're old. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Oh, Tenko niggas, no! A dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Also, shout out to the peach. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was already dead, right? Wait, so this nigga was stabbed while everybody was in prayer? That's sick. Wait, how many things do I even have in my court record now? Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between... Okay, I thought this was all. I thought the second page was all we had, but obviously I didn't see my attorney's badge. We got rid of a lot of stuff, considering. What do we still have? We have the newspaper. We have the autopsy report for trust. Okay. We have the 2 photos from the sanctum, including the crime scene photo. We have Maya's statement and the warning. We don't have the envelope anymore. This is going to be interesting. I don't know how this is going to come into play yet. We have the inner sanctum diagram, and we just got this crime photo. Alright, neat. Even the disciple was fucking? What you mean? Calm down over there, Juve. The start of the rite in the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. We were running back and forth. What do you mean that his time of death was after we discovered the fucking body? The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Autopsy report. Let's check the TOD. What's going on, Smash? Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. Have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard. Are you enjoying this 420? It's pretty good. Did you leave your milk and cookies out for Snoop Dogg? Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. I might think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. But we're high up. You can't really check body temperature. It's quite literally the same as fucking Mikan hitting the goddamn, hitting the, not AC, but the heat on in the titty twister, so we could get mixed up on time of death. We can't check time of death accurately because these niggas have been cold for too fucking long. Come on, what's the problem? Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed Head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not. It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? So many people around here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How is that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. But we were coming in and out of here. Alright, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the bull fucking shit. Shut up. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains that there was no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Alright, tell me about the murder weapon. Did he not make a sound as he died? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just fucking dumb. Don't talk to Emma like that. I mean, it's not Emma I'm mad at. I'm mad at the fucking circumstances. Emma just happens to be the delivering the message. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbad dagger, a legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yeah, they were. Alright. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? I had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What did the police think about this matter? Alright, what do they think her motive is? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about that. You're just recycling lines? I just literally heard that. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who's been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest, who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. So, all this talk about rebels is making me think that fucking Dirk used to be a defense lawyer. And that probably started the fucking dark age of the law here in Kurain, right? with how much they hate fucking A rebels, B lawyers, it makes it seem a little bit like obviously nothing kind of goes on without without being related in Phoenix and Ace Attorney for a little bit. Like if something ends up happening, it's usually gonna turn back to something else. I can't believe you play Ace Attorney and don't flash your badge at everyone you meet. It's on my fucking lapel. Why would I do that? Maybe is that like a fucking inside meme for the community? Everybody just flashes their badge because it just seems pointless to me. Yeah, that is how the police currently view the crime. There's no way that Maya is Lady Kira. Is that Lady Kira vigilante? I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay, do we need to present something, or can I just examine? Move? This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of another is considered rude, but if you must know, it says at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. It usually has some dialogue, whether it's worth or not varies a bit. Yeah, I just don't really see like that being like something that I want to do, if that makes sense, because I don't really want to, I don't want to like shuffle through it, because it's like, oh, yeah, this could be a cute scene, or it could be completely fucking pointless and just waste a little bit of time. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new flag. Although this, I would say the cases that have taken place in Karain thus far, they're making very good use out of like the abuse of the culture, which I mean I guess is to the benefit of setting this game in another place that isn't the United States or Japanifornia. Brand new flag added to the court record. Brand new flag got no keys. So these flowers left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot. What are they called? I flashed it at Robin and Hugh just because they acted like they were something before they even graduated. Like, yeah, I was about to teach a class. Like, oh, shut up. Just shut the fuck up back there. Just realized how that seance could have sold every single damn case in the previous game. Yeah. Or solved it. Yeah, a lot of these seances could have, like, cut all of the fucking case times down, like, in half. Which, you know, in hindsight, is good/bad, because depending on the prosecutor, they can flip it and turn that too. It proves that the seance is up for interpretation, and you have to, like, derive the truth from it. So if you get a good prosecutor, like, imagine these seances going up against somebody like Manfred, going up against somebody like Edgeworth, where they can, or not particularly Edgeworth, but somebody corrupt in a way where they want to get a win, and they can spin that truth in any way they want to try to prove their point. I actually really like the seances. The seances are a really nice touch, and I don't know if they'll be able to bring them back for the next game, but that's a really cool mechanic I would love to see return. They are known as Nadmada. Namanda? They are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. A flower the Kearney is used to pay tribute to the departed. Expresses heartfelt sympathy. Okay. Now let's look at where the body was found. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. Yeah, prostration leads to being able to stab somebody all in this shit. To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate. Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? No. Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. Yes, your benevolence. Phoenix, you can't keep letting this small child bitch you. Just swing on her like once or twice. They could literally just stand there lining it up while looking at the diagram of the body. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. It's been ages since you presented evidence to me. Remember when we worked on that one case together? I seem to recall a thin layer of fingerprint powder on every piece of evidence then. Well, I guess they get that way from time to time now, too. As enthusiastic as ever. Huh, Emma. Okay, so no. I was gonna ask if maybe you've seen this. Do you have anything? Nope. Do not say still check the crime scene? Fuck. What else is there for me to check here? I think I got it, unless I'm supposed to present. Oh, I guess the rug. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there's no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. That's not how that works. Okay. The message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadmati for dereliction of duty. I mean, to be fair, Chris Phoenix being bullied by kids and teenagers is on brand for him. He's not even being bullied. It's just his 14-year-old. What other kid has bullied Phoenix? What other kid has talked to Phoenix like this? Maybe, like, aside from Pearl, because Pearl is actually just too strong. Pearl, did you take the train? No, I ran. Yeah. Aside from Pearl, what child? You can say maybe the kid from the Steel Samurai case, but no. Trucy? Trucy doesn't bully Phoenix. What kind of shit is that? Trucy loves Phoenix. That's Pops now. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. Trucy literally called him out for foolish pride when she was 8. Yeah, but that's because Phoenix wasn't in a good head space then. But ever since then, it was just one time. Just once. It was literally just for the once. Trucy bullies Apollo, though. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. That one I'll give you. That one is 100% correct. But Phoenix, I don't know about that. I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. Alright. So. Everywhere and every... Can we go talk to the wife about the little nigga? May 11th, High Priest's house. I have another question. How many kids do we even know? We know a little bit. If you want to count, like, people involved in cases, you have the kid from the Steel Samurai case. You have the kids from, I was gonna say Len Miscate, but that's fucking the college, right? What do you count as kid? Anybody under 18. We've met a few kids. But anybody under 18 is a kid. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you again, but Maya bullied Phoenix game 1. Yeah, that's, I guess. Maya is Phoenix's constant bully. Okay, so interesting to note, the mark on his forehead is kind of like the peach mark on the guy's neck. Apollo gets bullied, period. It's just on brand for the character. It's not even really bullying. It's just they like fucking having characters talk to him because he's loud. So they have people talk at him. Apollo gets teased, and that's about it. Which I still don't understand. His forehead is not that big. It's really not. I don't know where, like, maybe if he had a big ass forehead, I'd believe it, but excuse me, I'd believe it. But no, his forehead is it's natural. It's a solid size. Like, look at her forehead. Look at Rafa's forehead. We're gonna say Apollo has a big forehead. Look how high up those bangs are. This bitch moonlights as a billboard, and we're saying fucking Apollo has a big forehead? Yeah, sure, buddy. Barbed head. You are not contemplating casting suspicion on Lady Believe, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Well, of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I want to hear what she has to say. Very well. It looks big on the save screen? Yeah, because you can't see his fucking hairline. Maybe the only reason it looks big is because his eyebrows are always pointed downwards. If his eyebrows were fucking leveled out, it's not that crazy. Because his hairline is just where those fucking dotted lines are. He doesn't have that big of a forehead. This bitch has a massive forehead. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inmee. It probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor prey? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now prey? Mrs. Inmee, you don't really believe that Maya's the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict. So what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now, my faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith. Don't you guys prosecute solely on faith here? Don't be confused, little niggas. I'm just doing the same shit. Even though you'll be punished for betting the accused. That's right. All right then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe? My lovely wife is a devout follower of Curranism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Alright, talk to me about prey. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across prey collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. No, Trucy, okay, Phoenix. Well, she mentioned specifically your bloodline and disciples. Trucy is not a fucking attorney in training, or an attorney in full right, as Phoenix has said Apollo is now. He's no longer a fledgling lawyer. Apollo Justice, actual lawyer. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? I need me one like that. Love even after death. That's crazy. And you've been living here ever since. About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Karain. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. This is where Acolyte Zealot lived. There might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Oh, okay. What? I mean, that doesn't really tell me anything. That's just Inga and the Queen. Something in the trash, maybe? Oh, well, it's not the examine button, that's the examine button. Barbhead, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. Alright. Could it really be the, oh wait. Hey. Photo of the High Priestess' wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Since Maya's in it. Oh, you're the big Steel Samurai fan. You got to watch. Must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inme about it. Family photo added to the court record. Neat. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the two men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Alright, but first things first. Hey, look at this photograph of your husband. Your dead-ass husband. Look at him. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little bit more about it? Alright, the day before. This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before is performed. We enjoy dishes full of gingil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the gingil-based dishes I made, didn't you, dear? Gingil. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Ooh. You can go 3 days with no sleep after eating it? And it has a strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can be eaten the day before the purification, right? And only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Prey went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Prey left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. A leave statement added. Alright. So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper. The day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the place had iced over. Prey always prayed a lot. Far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I had made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. I mean, we're done here? You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inme, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head. Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? What? What does that mean? Just go to the detention center to talk to Maya? Question mark? May 11th, detention center. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe we'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm gonna pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. I hate these fucking long ellipses text boxes. They suck. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Rum will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. You're gonna need to do some fucking spirit channeling, Maya. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. Really sure of herself over there? Of course. How could she, the princess, ever be wrong? She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted. And... hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come not... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client, no matter what. Enough. There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. Yeah, that's worked out great the 2 times we've used it. But your insights were wrong. Shit on. Oh, they gotta stop with these NGR growls. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Ooh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Damn. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That is not really like me, huh? Oh. No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. You're gonna get a double G as well soon? Oh boy. Yeah, no. Just actually stop talking. I will fuck you up in this courtroom. Alright, Maya. So, what do you know about Zealot's murder? Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the Wright onward. Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy, and everything after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone. And I'm not going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Alright, now tell me about Prey. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot? I met several times during the meetings about the Wright, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the Wright? Yeah, we ate this one super sneaky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at El Dunes? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that and let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zealot like when you were eating? Yeah, so she ate it, of course. She was very clearly knocked out. That much has been clear from, like, the outset. She fell asleep? Yeah, no, that's cap. She might have been put to sleep. She didn't fall asleep. He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Miss Inmi's description of the events. Alright. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inmi. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plume Punisher TV show, right? How'd you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Ooh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plume Punisher bases here in Karain? Can we please stop talking about the Plume Punisher show for just a second, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is so much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. Well, we'll beat the cases tomorrow, and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes, or at your favorite burger joint. You pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburg steak topping on my salt bowl. Best of both worlds. You can add whatever you like, but first I have to beat the charges. Ah, I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding on to it for me? Sure, so what's this super important thing? In my bag you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. It does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets. Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Alright, well, let's go grab that thing. How about that? Still find it crazy that Maya's actually 28. Yeah, child at heart. High Priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Emmy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I'm watching you like a warbot, Barbed Head. You better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what I asked for. Then get on with it. She is 28? Yeah. Here, check it out. Bink. 28. I'd like if you stopped interrupting me. Here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. Is this gonna end up being like, are the themes for these two shows end up gonna be relevant? Because they keep playing them a lot. I see, he looks striking similar to the Plume Punisher. They are similar, but Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see, how interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between the Plume Punisher and the Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plume Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets Maya was talking about. Yep. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops. Oh. You fool, do not lay eyes upon it. Put it away, quickly, before we go blind. Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your Benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions? Tome of Secrets. This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nena. What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important. Well, it's written inside. Yes, yes. Yes, I see. Really? Is it really alright? Is it alright to reveal that? Your Benevolence? Patience, patience. This book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name. Is it really that important of a secret? To a Kernus priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Kuranism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The Queen is a secret art? Spirit channeling? It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. Well, I mean... I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Could you tell me about the secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh. I'd settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite magnificent. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen their eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed, a spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. It would be crazy, you know, like coming back right after death. It like no time has passed for you. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck? What's going on in here? What the fuck are y'all wearing? Hey, is that what is that? What is that little black square you got in your hand? Is it lighting up? How does it produce light? What the fuck is going on? That would be so dangerous. Oh, wow. Imagine. Dead, come back, world's different. Between the moment of its death and the moment between it's channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and we have maintained our unique culture. So, spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants. Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life, and look to Kuranism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature, who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature? Driven from their own land? Gasp and Payne definitely fit that bill. They sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Alright, what about your spiritual power? Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's, or Pearl's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It's written all over your face, you impudent... Why does she always go to these bad insults? She speaks like such a proper person, and then gets flustered, and then calls me a nincompoop. Divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. Divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I'll be a magnificent queen, who unites her people for the greater good of Kurain. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. Dog. Imagine showing 9-year-old Pearl to this child. Excuse me, 8-year-old Pearl to this child. And having her get shook once Mia comes out. She'd be so heated. Looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Karain would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third rate. Damn, another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him. Don't let him escape. What is all that racket? Oh, do they find fucking Dats? What? That escape? Yeah, there he is. Escape prisoner? I mean, that guy with the bushy beard. There's no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect. But he might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Frieza type beat. Niggas always want to follow in their parents' footsteps. Let's go take a look. And then get outclassed by somebody younger. Wait. May 11th, Karain Bazaar. Big yawn. Oh, my aching back. I forgot how badly I injured it. Yo, Phoenix with damage is dangerous. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright. What's up? What's going on? Hey, Hubby. That's a rebel. Have you seen how... Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Wheeze. Have you seen an escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area. He couldn't have taken the air to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you to go around here. For you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Rebel could be lurking nearby. What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? That's a Rebel is still so good. Yeah, no, that's probably the best pun name. She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Or was open manhole cover is a little bit suspicious. Manhole cover. It's open. Whoa, what is it, Shadu? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadu track Mr. Rebel if he had something with the Rebel's scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Rebel's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Alright, so... let's go ahead. Do we have that... we don't have that scrap, question mark? Huh, that kind of sucks. Maybe we need to look everywhere? Like, because I don't think I have everything. Might be for the best to look at everything over here. Fuck, it's not the examine button. How the fuck do you take a hit from a car but take damage from bending your back for prayer? Yeah, everybody's got an Achilles heel. It's a poster. It looks like some kind of Kuranese superhero. Why do all superheroes look the same, regardless of where they came from? Oh, it's a fucking poster promoting the Plume Punisher. The gate to Temple. Oh, I was trying to look at the fucking nigga carrying fruit. At the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. Ox nigga. Hey, Albie, what's this cow-like animal? It's a yak. Oh.
They carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives.
Interesting. Hey, they're kind of cute up close.
Oh, and they're also prized for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night.
Oh, partner must mean something else here. Bird.
Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a warbot. It's only found here in Kuwait.
Alright, the bird Lady Kira's based herself on. It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it.
They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It could even make some adults collapse in fear.
Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. Yeah, nigga just chilling right now, though. Let him cook. Fruit stand. Look at these vegetables.
Let's see. There's Gyapam, Kunuru, and Zabas. And they're all freshly picked this morning.
I've never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat.
Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this, and oh, this too.
Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think?
But this is barely enough for a side dish.
I hope I brought enough money. Do I not have anything with that's a set on it right now? Cause I would have used the rip note, but we don't really have anything, right? Maybe this fucking flag? Here should do. How about this? I hope it works. Sounds like it's working. I think he's picked up a scent. Go, Shadu, go! Mind if I borrow Shadu for a bit?
By all means.
I had no idea you could do this.
Yeah, go get him, boy.
Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here.
Wait.
Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about.
That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there.
Oh, are you worried about me?
No. I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence.
I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent.
But how can you be sure of the accused innocence? She's already been found guilty.
That was kind of a quick verdict, though. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do.
You lame brain. Do what you will.
Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadu.
Be careful.
There's a giant crocodile down here. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Fuck. Ah. Did we get snuck? Ooh. Ow, ow, ow. Well, we got snuck. What happened? I went down the manhole and... Oh, so this is what you look like clean shaven? What's going on, nigga? Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. Dog. That dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Look at that big ass spider on the right. Did you check the checkers in the enemy residence? I didn't see anything on them that looked like I could check them. Also, check out that fucking jacket on the right. where that spider is dropping. That jacket is heat. Also, this is the area from that one cutscene where the guy was throwing the kukri knife, because there's the kukri knife implanted safely into that picture of the queen. Oh, he's the guy that was tossing kukris. Great. Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Oh! Hey, want an apple? So he went from eating lizards to apples. Whole apples. This guy's sick. Oof. I thought he was gonna kill me. I'll pass on the apple. Thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. Woo! Where is he? Right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a second. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Wait a minute. Ho ho ho. Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer. I was right. Yes! Yep, just like you. Rain's public enemy number one is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm going to sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Karain. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will you? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Trust in Me and his acolyte, Pray Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so I wonder how true that really is. This guy's great. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. Must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all. You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved. Alright, Dirk the Attorney. Dog. If his last name is, if his full name is Dirk Justice, that's sick, and I hate every minute of it. I hate every syllable of that name. So, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was forced to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into prosecutors' hearts just by glaring at them. He recalled it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. Most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused, no matter how all the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Alright, so there's a lot to digest here. So Dirk is an ex-attorney, has a similar prosecuting style to Phoenix, and by extension Apollo, because they pretty much practice the same, or they have the same practice as far as you know, defending their clients goes. Is that court yours, Mr. Rebel? Nah, it belongs to Rebel Leader Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Want to try it on? Also, his coat is fucking red and blue. Really? You sure it's okay? Of course! Bet it will look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. It smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. Thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. Great. This guy's an asshole. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. Great, so he doesn't plan on returning to defense. You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Frigate, I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. Yeah, why even have a fridge in here at this point? There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Guys as big as strong as me got even bigger appetites, you know? You just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. I'm sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Does this sprite just stop here? I want to... Okay, it looks like it just kind of stops there. Where's he getting all these apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. Alright, we got this book. Is this a law book? The dragon mark's been branded into the cover. What's going on, Solaris? That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk. That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Dirk's law book added. Neat. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Alright, let's look at this board. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. I fucking hate this goddamn game. I really hate everything about this fucking game. Oh, you sons of bitches. Oh, you motherfuckers. Fuck, he even looks like Apollo too. God damn it. Okay, so what did they adopt? Did fucking Dirk remarry and adopt Nayuta? Or did he just move here and start taking over for the, like, did he start, like, taking care of this kid? Maybe just read? No, it's more fun to speculate. No play game, just speculate. Cause I hate it. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is Rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. Both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Well, you know him as Prosecutor Sadmati. Prosecutor Sadmati is Dirk's son. That he is. Yudi was a rebel, once a rebel too. He used to respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. And why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, That's why you decided to become a prosecutor instead. You wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Karain's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuri was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk adopted. Okay. So Nayuta is okay, so he's not Dirk Justice. He's Dirk Sadmati? Huh. His name's Apollo. Apollo. Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Huh. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Rebel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Ha! Get it? Apollo justice? Oh, this is Phoenix's side of the phone call. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Rebel? Something wrong with flowers? Oh no. It's just a tradition thing here in Karain. Pay it no mind. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Yeah, so what's your plan? Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that High Priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have hightailed it out of Kareen like I'm doing. Uh-oh. 4. Ah, Cyclox. Mr. Rebel is hiding something. I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Rebel? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just use my Magatama on him then. Take that! Magatama time. It's not like I'm going to be able to leave and come back. That's his plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that High Priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope. I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against Garon's regime. Hang on. Do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in the room if you didn't feel a thing. The fucking flower? Take that! I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Karain. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, hee-ho! I think it would have been cleaner if the locks were arranged below him. Like, what do you mean below him? Like, near the text box or behind him. Because I like this style of the chains around and in front of the person, behind the person. The chains everywhere is what really sells the Cyclops for me. Also, maybe I'm tripping, but one thing I've noticed about these is that the chains look like they've have updated graphics, but the locks themselves do not. The locks look like they're fucking 140p, and the fucking the chains look like they've just been updated. Does anybody else can see what I'm talking about? Like the legs like have like low res on them. Like they took the old lock model and just said, fuck it, that's a lock. All right, those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Currentese way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that your mourning is death? You're reading into this too much. I told you I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning on kissing this kingdom goodbye. 3DS limitations. But this is the mobile port. No. I know why you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. The fucking flag. Bink.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Got him. GG's. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. I have something. My ear itches and I hate it. God damn you, headset. I requested the grub. I was just taking advantage of it. That's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss the kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn inside of you. I go open back Twitter to see if Tux responded about what the fuck he learned about Pseudo-Wood and didn't expect a whole ass thread about SpongeBob to result from this. Yeah, neither did I. I opened up Twitter and I was like, what's going on with Mikey and Tux? And then there was bullshit. And I just don't know how to feel about it. Cause Tux is just definitely on his fucking on his bullshit. That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside of you. The law book? Question mark? Has to be the law book, right? Because you're still wearing the shit. If it weren't the case, you wouldn't be wearing the shit. Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. The mark stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. Oh, armband, scarf, question mark? But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Got him. One last one. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. Oh. Hey. If there's ever a time where we have to present the badge, we present the badge. Fuck. When a person's back is against the wall, they almost fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you'll always have the real will of the dragon with you.
Would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now, admit it. You never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. Unlock successful. Neat. Oh, music kick up. Now tell me about your plan. I'd plan to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting until the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Where is Shadu, by the way? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. Is that a fushigi? Is that a magic gravity ball? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. Being that it's super secret, we couldn't just have any ordinary key. I see. Is this supposed to go into the statue at the Sanctum? Because the fucking eye in the Warbod statue, depending on how big it is. Golden orb. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother-in-arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Alright, Lady Kira. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya is suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us to deliver us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Garan regime. Wow. Yep. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is just using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garan regime is using her to control people, even down to what we think. Why don't people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. What's the goal of the revolution? Is just to overthrow the regime? Oh. To get rid of the defense? Is that so Dirk can get back to fucking defending people? Because that'd be sick. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool. Oh, clicked off the window.
False charges are overlooked and prosecutors the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. Excuse me. Jesus. Queen Amara. Okay. And it was rebel leader Dirk who did it. I doubt that's true. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was. Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Karain. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. I mean, like what I've been doing. Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. Yep. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. The kingdom is a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with fair and impartial legal system. There's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. Oh no, not a yawn? Yes, a yawn. Go ahead and yawn now. Any yawners in chat? Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get along. Or get going. After all, I am the fangs of the divine dragon. That's a rebel. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. May 11th, Karain Bazaar. Who moved the manhole cover back? Are you fucking dumb? Whew. Finally got out of there. Mr. Wright, hey Shadu. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Shadu, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. No, Shadu was a great help. Good dog. Phoenix just casually befriended a whole rebel group to overthrow the government while visiting a friend. Yep. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out cold for a while. Better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I'll have to find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Well, first and foremost, move, nigga. May 11th, Inner Sanctum. Barbed Head. You already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. You know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for a secret rebel hideout. They were saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Hmm? Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. Actually, May 11th, 2028 is a Thursday, Stars, man. Try again. Got him. Alright, so do we need to examine the fucking bird? Move. It's got a check mark. Do I need to rotate? Yeah. What? Why do I keep yawning? Stop it. The statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Well, I mean... Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. That shape. I wonder.
Take that!
Okay. I knew it. I had no idea how big the little fucking orb was supposed to be. What? She must be at a loss for words. That doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout at the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least, I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Alright. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbot from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. Let's go into the rebel hideout. What's that, like 4 in like 2 minutes? Jesus Christ. May 11th, secret hideout. I believe this used to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. It makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that warbot revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It's desecration upon Kuranism itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Alright, so we have this first Mitama statue, stone, whatever the fuck, and it's got some handprints on the front of it. There's some blood that's on the little curb right underneath it. Rafe is really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Rebel hideout photo added to the court record. Yeah, there's blood right there. Now to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it's hard for me to see your every move. Do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. There's a lineup of fucking AKs back there. Look at these fucking things. Weapons. And lots of them, too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. The revolution will not be televised. What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me.
And they gave me something just for times like these. Luminol time! Yeah. I'm not trying neon, I promise. I promise I'm not trying neon. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so we can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the luminols glow. And I just tap wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Okay, so first things first, obviously gotta... What? Are you... Okay, I guess. Did I just... Oh, fuck. I made the game window bigger because I was trying to double click. Where the fuck? It's really hard. Have you eaten yet, Chris? I had a little sandwich, like a half a sandwich. Where the fuck am I supposed to be clicking? Am I just not getting something? Also, the window is still bigger on the left. Did I fix it? Looks like it fixed it. But yeah, no, what the fuck am I supposed to be clicking on here? I figured spraying this right here would at least show me blue, right? But no, it is not. Maybe some... Oh! Okay, well that was just fucking awful. This is a huge bloodstain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbod statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here. It's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Alright, luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. What would have happened if you put a fucking... Couldn't you put the glasses over the lens and take a photo like that, or does it not work like that? I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbod revolving door passed over? Okay, makes sense. Alright. We got a little fucking funky clock here. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plumed Punisher clock? Plumed Punisher clock. I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafe is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... It's the Plumed Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plumed Punisher fans. Maybe so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Alright, got a calendar. There's a Plumed Punisher calendar right here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their fire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. Okay, I mean, yeah. So. So, we have... Does this mean that the
the wife can be implicated. Large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. Looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthly grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so the shaggy green stuff is moss. Looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa, the slab's starting to wobble. What's happening? What have you done to this sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. It looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Okay, well, somebody's very clearly touched it. Battle plans up here? Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. Oh, you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother. What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dots. It reads, after the Wright infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inmi is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. Okay, we got a Defiant Dragon banner in the back. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will. Your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. Again with the NGR. Once the strange customs of this king were working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Well, I think that covers about everything in here. Hey Emma, what's going on? Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come to this place here. You shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Your benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. I mean, you can't really fault Emma for that. It's not her fault. Also, again, Jesus Christ, I don't know how big I made the fucking game window, but it's only a little bit more. That looks good. Now I got the full fucking next button in there. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I learned. Was it NGR and GGR this time? It was just NGR. I didn't see 2 Gs. Alright, to the temple. May 11th, Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. Hey, Nana. What is it? I would also very much, speaking of queens, I would very much like to see a picture of Queen Amara. Because that seems like it would be very good to check out. Just because, you know, everything else is like, yeah, there's this, and we're getting slowly drip-fed more information about Dirk and this incident, but Seeing a picture of the queen would probably lead me to believe some other things as well. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Prey Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. I imagine it's Misty. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It could either look like Misty or look like somebody completely different. I don't think it could be Misty though, because 23 years ago, that doesn't fit the time frame of everything that's happened everywhere else. Because Misty Faye, approximately, because we have to keep in mind the original timeline of DL6, which was what, 15 years before the start of Game 1, which was from now removed. That's about like 20 plus years. So Maya is 11, which is 11 years. Or Maya is 28, which is 11 years from Game 1. Yeah, so 26 years. 26 years. I don't think she's gonna look like Misty. I think she might look close to Misty, but I don't know if they'll make her look like Misty just to draw the connection. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. Yeah, which means Misty was still in Karain Village. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. So, I assume that she'll look like Misty Faye, but not exactly be Misty Faye. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow in court. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over to everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the Wright with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Karain. None of that sounds very helpful. Well, but I did hear something interesting. Rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow people to be controlled by fear and violence. I mean, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of the Minister Inga's subordinates... What was Inga's last name again? I think it was Karain? It was Inga something Karain, right? Just like how Rafa's name is Rafa something Karain. It's just, they're both last name Karain, right? They just have middle names, question mark? Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. I mean, like, we'll probably get the evidence that we need. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. Are they? Because I thought that was just the royal bloodline. So either that, or I've just not been paying attention, right? Because I don't think this will show her full name, right? Oh, there it is. Rafa Padma Karain. Yeah. And we don't have Inga in the record. But yeah, Rafa's last name is Karain. If I'm remembering correctly, Inga's last name was Karain as well. But I have no idea. Oh, it is apparently? Okay. So I have no idea if Karain just gets tacked on to the last or the end of your name, so I have no idea if it's Rafa Padma, or if it's... or the middle name is just not fucking, not super important. There was a bloodstain inside. But it is for Inga as well, but the other name that was Karhoon, or Karkoon. Okay, yeah. So his middle name. Yeah, I don't remember his middle name. I just remember his last name being Karain. But I don't know if or how it's connected to the case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that the hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court tomorrow without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information that might help. The divination seance? But I thought always works against the accused. Not always. You were actually right there when it wasn't working against you. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances work both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Karain find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. To be continued? Of course. And now we move into the trial. The Right of Turnabout. Trial, day 2. Big yawns. Big yawns, Kitaki. May 12th, 9:34 a.m., High Court of Karain, Accused Lobby. Hey, Maya. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on the case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right? You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Fucking silence text box. Rafa doesn't seem to be in the best of spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya. Let's head on in. Maya at the bench once again, hopefully. May 12th, High Court of Karain. Here it go. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Or Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadmati. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. What's up, Gallus? I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused is already found guilty of murdering the High Priest. Nostalgia isn't here, that makes sense. Nostalgia's right there. Everybody else, though, everybody else is just kind of lurking. Nobody's typed a word. Nostalgia has been carrying the chat by himself. Gotta give it up. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple. Praise him. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly.
The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Kuranism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough.
Then what terrible fate awaits her?
Oh. Balgipokon hell? A realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of a Jagar by the Galoon of Polmoten.
Furthermore, okay, enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accursed.
As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Prey Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home.
I met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. So how do you like Kimimaro so far? I fuck with the monk. I'd fuck the monk. How tragic that he met such a terrible end.
The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warbad dagger was found impaled into the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly.
Ah, the Warbad dagger.
Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself.
No, I didn't do it.
Objection.
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence.
Would the defense care to respond?
The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How can my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness?
Don't say they were deep in prayer. Please don't.
The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further.
Why does he have the crest of flames on his glove? I can't keep looking at it. Look. It's not the crest of flame. You know that's not the crest of flame. I know it's not the crest of flames. Step back.
But...
Well, once her benevolence conducts the seance, it will be clear for all to see.
Your Majesty, might I have a word?
Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati?
It is about the divination seance.
Oh. Your benevolence.
Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights.
Very well. Divination seance, if you please, your benevolence.
Yes. Let us begin. Nena.
Robe. Staff. Move. Are we gonna get another song?
O Holy Mother,
Here we go.
we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Here we go. Y'all ready to see this sick-ass dance? Damn, that was neat, huh? Alternative costume for Maya is disrespectful. That's our day one. Could have given her the Steel Samurai costume or something. Yeah, it would have been really interesting. Actually, hold on. Does she even have alternative costumes? King Crimson, real shit. Only the lawyers. Because it would be nice to have a costume for Maya where it's just Mia's lawyer outfit. That would have been sick, but I guess not. Why? Treasure resting on its altar. Neat. And that's all we have. Okay. Alright, let's get back to it. That's one thing I actually really like about games like this. You can just save, load up, and go. Everybody quiet. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence. What in the world? I wasn't able to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. I'm gonna be really fucking pissed off. Because she said that you have to know the spirit's name and their face in order to draw out the spirit, right? What if the spirit's name... Wait, no, because you did the fucking divination seance last night, right? Wait, what happened? Or are you saying that this is the result of everything, that you're showing us what happened last night as well? Just as I thought. Okay, this is what he wanted to talk about the divination seance, but she cut him off. Okay, so yeah. The victim's either name is not Prey Zealot, or he has a different face. Honestly, I don't know which to believe right now, because Ace Attorney has done both. With the last case being the name being wrong, and the final case of fucking Dual Destinies where faces can be removed, so I have no fucking idea at this point. Wait, what does he know that we don't? Or is he still alive? Any of that could be the case. I had sought to confirm the contents of the divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. If he's still alive, though, the police wouldn't have a fucking body, right? We wouldn't have an autopsy report. Come to think of it. And that's why I sought for her to stop. And that's why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She was to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth to the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused guilt with or without a divination seance. No, you ain't. Miles Edgeworth couldn't do it, you couldn't do it, pussy. You ain't Miles. You ain't Miles, my nigga Edgeworth. This is bad. Divination seance is my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence has said she isn't tired. So, shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused's crimes. It's the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis,
then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you? The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defendant feel it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. You saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen. Or toast. Well, since a divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance as Prosecutor Sadmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now then, I will proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. What's up, Emma? Rafa do be having a clean design. Her design is alright. Why is she pissed at us? Because we know something she doesn't, and that pisses her off. She doesn't like to be without knowledge. She doesn't like to not know what's going on at all times, which I can vibe with. It's honestly not the dumbest reason I've heard for people being upset at Phoenix, you know? But it's still not great because niggas mad at Phoenix. What the fuck is wrong with you? Sorry, Mr. Wright. What is the worst design we've seen so far, and why is it Brushel? I don't know. I don't know why it's Brushel. Although I will say, like with like the prosecutor design, the princess design, the even the judge's design, like they all really fit. Like I guess you could say to an extent, Albie for like a poor kid, but like the people that are supposed to have money look like they have money. Like Inga, the Queen, Sadmati, the with Rafa, like all four of those people look like they have money. They look like they're important to some regard. I guess the high priest didn't really, but I mean, he was a priest, in all fairness. One is a queen, one is the fucking minister of justice, one is the princess, and one is the fucking top prosecutor in the country, so, I mean, yeah, I guess. I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go, and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls a chance to burn away the taint of the sins of the internal flames. Ooh, I can't do this. Ah, no eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. Also, this is the first time we're seeing Maya and Emma interact, right? Like, directly face to face? I want to know Chris's answer. Uh-oh. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Fey. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well. Detective Sky, please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Witness testimony time! Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Prey Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. Who would you rather be locked in a quarantine with, Dr. Hickfield or Brushel? Well, Dr. Hickfield wouldn't want to fuck me. Brushel would be annoying. Dr. Hickfield is a little bit creepy, but only towards women. And since I posed neither breasts nor a vagine, I'd be fine. Oh, that was it? Okay.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What if he looked... Hold on, Chris, kind of cute? Yeah, no. It looks like I'm going to be exiting quarantine with a fucking body on my hands then. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually look into Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rifo told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. I was going to say I think I'm about to press on all this testimony, but thank you, Phoenix, for giving me a direct fucking hint. Itchy ear. It's itchy. Alright. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Prey Zealot.
Hold it!
Was it? Now. What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbors and the others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I, too, have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the high priest to star disciple. Furthermore, he had been training under the high priest and living in his house for the past 2 years. 2 years? Are you sure about that? He took statements from his neighbors and fellow monks. They all corroborated our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the high priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The high priest's widow, believe in me, has identified the victim's body.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you would verify the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But... uh-oh. Hey! But what? His personal information didn't match any... Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Prey Zealot is a fake-ass name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess used a deceit's face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that indeed is true. If he was using a forged ID, there is no mention of him in our public records. What's his actual name, Chris? Put your bet in now. It's gonna be fucking stupid. I don't care at this point, because it's just gonna be a shitty pun. Shinsukimi to it, Chris. It's gonna be some like, imagine his fucking real name is just real Linnaeum. I'm gonna fucking lose it. An illegal immigrant. Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. His real name is... Tenko Chab... Okay. No. No Tenko posting. Please. I always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Kuranese. Oh, how the High Priest must be relenting in his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Fuck yeah, baby! This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Okay. So, definitely just, we still fucking ask, or press that to see what his fake name could have been, or his real name rather. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. If his name actually ends up being fucking Kurani's of fucking real name, I'm gonna be pissed. Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Kurain illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence, but there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Kurain either. Oh boy, now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. What could lead to us discovering his name? No. 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 Well, I mean, there's that gold orb back there as well, but no. Priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must have known her name. That name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Imsan, Imsan. But that would be the identity of Lady Kira, right? The lady, or no, that's the real Lady Kira's identity, right? So that's probably not right. I don't know. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed who was connected to the High Priest. Yeah, the old one. Yeah, so that's not it. Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but
Objection.
that verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. That's not true. I'm sorry, the verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that's a fact now. Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination seance failed, but nothing's really changed. And which means we're in big trouble. If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be real hard to find out his real name. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. There's only some way to find out the victim's real. They keep saying real name. That's definitely, his name is definitely fucking Kurani's butchering of real name, right? I've been training, okay. So what is the proper thing here, right? He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Wouldn't the wife know his real name? Could we present the where is it? The fucking family photo to prove that somebody could know his real name? Or somebody could know a little bit about him? Because assumably if he was living with this family, if Maya doesn't know, and Trust is dead, right? Then Believe would be the only person to know. So, maybe... No, not the attorney's badge. Easy there, Phoenix.
Objection.
Please take a look at this piece. Oh, well, fuck. Anything come to mind? Yeah, damage time. Great. Well... Did the defense have something he would like to say? Fuck. Actual damage. There it is. See, it exists. It's not like it's fake. I fell on deaf ears. He can bleed, we can kill him. Well... What do we have, right? We've pressed everything. We can't go further than this. Does it have? It has to be the crime photo then, because of the mark on his neck, right?
Objection!
There we go. Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native, and this crime scene photo proves it. It does. It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kuranese. What? Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Kuranese. A tattoo on his fucking neck. Bink.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you to all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Karain. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Chris will never take real damage. That's the Izanagi. Great. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say. Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the high priest's brow. Oh my! What? This mark is only born of the members of the Kuranese clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently. There's a reason for that. The victim had the peep-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kuranese clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Until about 20-some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right. What? That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, he's got it with him? He's prepared. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is... I'm gonna fucking lose my mind! Oh, you son of a bitch! Real Nemu. Oh, that gave me like an instant headache. Oh, you motherfuck. He became a monk 20 years ago. Never should have gave these niggas apostrophes. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is, we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. Or who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, defense. We won't know that until we try. Still, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Don't do the dance. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me.
For with the whole truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you use my sacred insights as evidence.
O holy
We're doing it again? Okay, fuck
behold
off.
the eyes, O dance, so that we may
Bear seek less type beat. Move, nigga! I don't give a fuck about seeing the dance a second time. Jesus Christ. Alright. Gingil. Plume Punisher theme. Heavy. Pain. Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Prey Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we've seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused guilt. You did. Ha 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 ha! Most surprising surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Sadmati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plume Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider it this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plume Punisher strap. You press the Magatama on the Plume Punisher's belt. These fucking Chinese ripoffs go dummy. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It's time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. Well, I mean... no. Because, we got a little bit more. We could smell Gingil, right? And, Gingil and the Plume Punisher theme song is probably the two most important things. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections...
Objection!
Ah, wait, pussy. Caught you scrolling with them dry-ass lips. Don't lick your lips now. Yeah, dry lip having ass. Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. That's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Insight time. Rafa's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers.
It was the night of the Wright. The pattern on the plaza's ground was visible in the darkness. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the room, or filled the air. The Hughes held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights had painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very clearly. Alright. Offering up his prayers. Okay, wait. So what do we have? Prayers. The plot. Oh, wait. He's in the, This isn't the fucking... This is Moss. This is Moss no Kate. Interesting. Okay, but vision isn't necessarily one thing, right? So, are these just both accidental deaths? Because this would be stupid. Because it seems like to me that if this thing... Because if he's in the hideout, and this was pushed on top of him while the statue was on the inside of the hideout, he could have been pushed back towards the fucking statue, and he could have felt... They both could have been killed by the statue. That's the stupidest thing about this fucking case. That's so weird. If that ends up being true, that's so dumb. Alright, so... I think we have to, it couldn't have been the night of the Wright because he's smelling Gingil, right? Has to be his sense of smell.
Objection!
Was it really the night of the Wright? Oop, drag from the top. Nobody saw anything. Let me just go ahead and clear that. Nobody saw anything. Shut up. What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The Qs slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the Purification Rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Gingil on the night of the Rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Gingil on the night of the Rite. The fucking photo? Oh no, the believe statement, right? Where she was saying, oh, nobody else, Yeah. It do be making sense.
Take that!
Stop simping on Dokkan? What do you... I just had to clear the notification. What do you mean, Hyperion? The High Priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes. They're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Gingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the Purification Rite. Talk to him, nigga. Talk to him. No, it ain't. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me, your benevolence. But the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slow rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I've heard something of the sort before. Speaking of Dokkan, you do any summons for LR Spirit Bomb Goku? I did one multi. I didn't get anything. I got fucking Karoli. So I don't think I'm gonna do any more than that.
Estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Especially, like, if it was a gold coin banner, I might do more. But because it's a double rates banner, I don't really care about it. So it's autopsy report updated in the court record. Oh, 2 G's.
Barbed head, you blinded me with science.
Sorry, I like that song too. Wait, what am I apologizing for?
No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the Wright. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth.
Neat. Alright, it was the afternoon of the day before the Wright. Though a bit dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible.
Well, let's see this. Time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, changing the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, would really help.
Wasn't the ground covered in frost? Weather report time? Gengil. Heavy. And pain. Like, am I supposed to be pointing out the ground? Oh, well, I let it play all the way through. Oh, it just cycles. That's real nice. I like that it does that. I don't have to go through a whole other cutscene. Neat. Okay, so let's go back to this, right? Still a bit dark. The pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Yeah, there should have been frost. So, do I just select vision? Sight? It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Objection!
The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface.
What's this? You are making that irritating face again. Cease that at once.
Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments.
Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There is nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes.
And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Weather report.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the Wright. But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? Didn't Phoenix say, sorry, but this is the face I was born with, to someone else? I think he might have said it to Franziska. I believe so.
If you have something to say, then say it.
The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed somewhere else, or he was killed elsewhere.
What?
What? Whoa. You propose the victim was actually killed?
Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless.
About that. I haven't got to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya?
Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right?
Right, but where could that be?
What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already?
Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? Gee, Phoenix, I wonder where. Could you have seen it in the rebel hideout? The secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber.
You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. And what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? Are we dumb? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. Bam, bam.
Take that!
Green shaggy surface the victim saw was the one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped imprints on the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
It does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitively declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout.
Indeed, what evidence do you have of this?
I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of luminol tests I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been there bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong?
We thought it was the High Priest blood that flowed from outside.
So we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Quick recess for the blood test. Barbed Head is a weak quip when Hair Forehead exists. Hair Forehead isn't even right. What is calling him Mr. Forehead even accomplish? He doesn't even have that big of a forehead. It's Cap, I tell you.
The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Prey Zealot, just like the defense claims.
Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. It's because of the voice you gave Clavier? I mean, fair enough. And that's not all. Well, I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it, Phoenix. I mean, you don't really need more than that. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Would it be the photo of the Sanctum? Because the snow was moved? Yeah. Yeah.
Take that!
Why? These are photos of the Inner Sanctum. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death isn't what it seemed. Wouldn't his body have been wet then? The time was mistaken, and the place too? Just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent.
What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the Plume Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
Well, I mean, the fucking... The Plume Punisher theme could have been played from that clock. That's easy enough. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick?
I'm really hoping the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song being used as evidence against you. Imagine Rafa calling Furio Tigre Barbed Head. Furio Tigre would get eaten alive in fucking Karain. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well. Let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can validate this piece of evidence. The Plume Punisher theme. The Plume Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something that played the theme song, other than my client's strap.
It wasn't the strap? Is this true?
I kind of want to grab that. I'm just gonna fucking grab it. Don't matter to me.
I need that at least.
The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this.
The clock.
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. Proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Shit on. Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened.
A fucking little bit of the closing argument music starts playing. The victim stood with his hands out on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon before the day of the Wright. Alright, that's it.
Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger.
Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case.
No, that's wrong. There is one.
What's this?
You still claim there to be an inconsistency. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
Okay, so we have nothing really to go off of. Do we have to bluff? Like, do we go and say that, oh, this heavy sensation was the fucking thing falling, or somebody pushing it on him? So I guess technically we can do that, because we're trying to prove what sensation is messed up. So I guess heavy, and it makes sense with this. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. Why did he have his hands on the slab? Is it because it was heavy? This seems right, but we'll see. No health bar, so it looks like we're good. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while being bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Oh, well, I guess hyper bluff. Tell us, Mr. Wright, what was the heavy sensation that felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation that Zealot fell? Or Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness does seem important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why are they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the culprit jumping on him, from behind. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh, the
the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath.
Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection.
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Phoenix, come on, brother. Like, we know it's the fucking statue that stabbed him. Like, what are we doing here?
Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would both have been crushed together.
Well, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to.
That doesn't mean I can't.
How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within.
Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there?
So, what was the real murder weapon then?
I better think of something.
If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. He must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century?
Damn.
Wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbot dagger.
Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Represent the inner sanctum photo again? Because it seems about right.
Take that!
Health bar disappeared. Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Prey Zealot's life. Why are we still calling him Prey Zealot, by the way?
Take that!
But that is the
Warbot statue.
Exactly. The Warbot statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it.
That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecilic fool. The statue was outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside?
Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as a hideout door.
What do you mean?
They didn't tell you? Statue can pull a complete switcheroo.
Switcheroo.
To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him.
This cannot be.
Got him up on the ropes.
But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger.
She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Ugh. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbot statue was what killed the victim. Yeah. Imagine being so weak you feed to a statue. Couldn't be Phoenix. Now that we know how Acolyte stop calling him Acolyte Zealot. Damn it, call him by his real name. There's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick.
How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. Well, I mean, no, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding the light on the truth. So when putting the statue on the stand, the statue is the murderer. You understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I've been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time. Your Benevolence, are you unwell? Technically, Mia fed to a statue. Mia fed to a nigga using a statue. Mia got killed by somebody using a statue as a weapon. These guys just fed to a fucking statue in the area. All the color is drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. There she goes. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know that the victim, how the victim actually died. Ugh. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbod dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder? Probably. So, warning from the Twilight Realm, yeah, that would have been funny. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. A forged serial murder case. They did. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid hole-ridden clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-ridden brain, has putrefied. Let's just deal with things going putrid. You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. What just happened? That guy chanted at us, Ave. What are you confused about? He was chanting. He's a monk. Let him chant. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rite. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the High Priest arrived at the Sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sadmati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Man was trying to take my soul. Yeah. Take us to the Twilight Realm. Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab a dagger with her fingerprints on it into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he is the judge convinced too. I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven all the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death now that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, not all lawyers who practice in Karain are not all lawyers who practice. Okay, I get you. But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But now I realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. How about you shut up over there? Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the Wright? Who knew about the rebel hideout? And who could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the Wright can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. The only person who was involved with the Wright had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall. I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Prey Zealot's murder.
Objection.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is...
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the Rite.
Talk to them.
You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. It definitely is a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. Hey, Maya. Hey, Maya. Do you wanna do some cool shit in the courtroom? What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no. Don't tell me I have some breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there was the slightest possibility, I have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... Summon him here by the means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. You're gonna regret asking for this, Chris? I mean... potentially. Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karain. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so... I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. This is a crucial period for you. You'll decide whether you become a master of Karain. We don't have any other choice now, do we? Alright, Phoenix, time to bust out the time skip Karain channeling technique you learned in training. Yeah. Phoenix, summon him. Not potentially, I guarantee that you will. Is it gonna be stupid? I really don't like for it to be stupid. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even her benevolence Princess Rafa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. You're back. Your Benevolence. This is an outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Her Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately! Still your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret art. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of the use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well then. Your Benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
Oh, no. But I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
Well, and an experienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting.
She's got a black separation crystal? What the fuck is this?
With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual pressure.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Great. To be continued. Oh. Two-part case? That part went by pretty quick, though. So, yeah, I think we'll be able to finish this today. Yay! Fucking black separation Magatama. What the fuck is this? Alright, let's go ahead. Head on into the second part of the trial. May 12th, High Court of Karain, accused lobby. Sorry, Maya, but this is the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least, I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Well, I mean, as a warm-up, you might as well summon Mia for just for the one time. See if you got the stones.
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing. Actually doing it is another.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you never forget.
Okay, I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way.
Once we hear Abbot Inmi's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
What's Pearl's success rate? We have no idea. We can only assume that Pearl is 100 for 100 every time she's tried to channel a spirit, except for when she tried to channel Dahlia because somebody was already channeling Dahlia. So there was really no chance for her to even, be right or wrong, because you can't be right or wrong if you don't get a chance to prove yourself. Give me 1 second. Jesus, fuck, that's chewy. It's good, though. I hope so. But he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dry as all that. What are you munching on? Dried fruit? Ah. Try to suck at my teeth. They are ready for you. Please, well, not dried fruit, but fruit candy. Peach rings. Y'all fuck with peach rings? Any peach ringers in chat? Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya. I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. That incident is like trying to hit a game winner, but your shot gets goaltended and they don't call it. No, not Lillard posting. Please, no. Be back in court. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Get a couple more peach rings. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. Oh, fuck. I didn't think you'd start talking immediately, man. Fuck. Should have probably waited until, you know, some music started playing so it was silent, but, you know. Hindsight 2020. I've been studying here in Karain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Karain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. I mean, she should be confident. You could do this effortlessly without training. Now that you've got training, like they've said the success rate was lower, that's cap, right? I don't give a fuck about that. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Maya really couldn't, though? Well, I mean, depending on the spirit, she could. Maya really only, like, the only time that we saw her have trouble was, well, no, not even then, because I was going to say with channeling, the fucking, the ghost of, Mimi Miney, but she couldn't channel Mia for all of 1-4. Yeah, but she was, that's, like, the only time she's failed. Every other time that she wasn't able to do it, there's been some other fucking circumstance that she, like, wasn't able to do something. And you could say with game 1, that was her, like, only getting used to summoning or spirit channeling for, like, the first time ever. If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Hit him with it. O spirit of trust in me, slumbering in the Twilight Realm, return now to the world of the living. You're not ready for this? Oh, shit. My head, Charles. What? Nah, Maya's strong as hell. That's too powerful. That's way too good. Should have changed clothes? Nah, it do not matter. Nah, niggas better put some respect on Maya Faye's name. That's amazing. Because before you could say, oh, she only kind of looked like Mia. You know, it wasn't like really anything crazy. But it's 2028 and Maya is now using they, them. Not because Maya is non-binary, but because she is literally multiple niggas. But yeah, no. Fucking... They've always said, like, oh, they slightly changed the structure of their body. But nah, that's that nigga with hair now. That's crazy. Holy shit. I don't know why I was saying I'd fucking not like this. Or I wasn't fucking ready for this. Because this is... Maybe I wasn't ready, but, you know... This is sick. Oh my.
No, this cannot be.
Surprised, are you? It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal. Go Maya.
I do not understand.
You took a gasp? Yeah, I was caught off guard because I didn't expect this, you know. I expected it to fail. Of course I was caught off guard, but I mean, like, people were saying, like obviously, like, when I see people say you're not ready, like, I assume that I'm gonna be annoyed.
This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
Have it in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this... Oh! Luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Have it in me? My, what if it isn't his Majesty? Have you too shuffled out of that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks.
Also, no, I did not mean you were going to be annoyed. Just that this sure was something.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no. When I see people say you're not ready and shit to that effect, like, I assume that I'm going to be upset. Because people were saying that for Zealot's real name, like, you're not... What do you think it could be? You're not ready for that real name to be revealed, and sure enough, I fucking wasn't. So, you know, I was expecting the worst. Though it be for the briefest of moments, I give thanks to this splendid coiffure. Coiffure? Is that what that word is? Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono was a bit too snug for my tastes, if you would excuse me. Oh, nah. What if the spirit leaves right now? It's a wrap. Like, when I say you're not ready for the puns, it's also because I think you'll actually be annoyed because I love me some puns. Fair enough. But what if the spirit leaves right now? Maya just tits out in court? No stars, man. Don't have her change back real quick. There, that is better. Can we get to his testimony now? I wish he kept his top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people will speak of as of late. And this is not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest, but you've been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? What? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with proper training. Oh, I wonder if Obby will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Bray Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. The crime occurred in the rebel hideout, hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed. Who would do such a thing? We think it's you. Someone who knew of the hideout, and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you have it in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Yo. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my. Have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Can you do that for the one time, Chris? What do you mean? That fucking pose? No. This guy's sick. I'm no monk. What do you think I'm about? Why did you, a devout priest of Kuranism, join the rebellion?
Objection.
The High Priest has come back for us for a brief time defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? All right. Abbot Inmi, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Wright. Being that I was dead just until a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection.
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmadi concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No. What about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. Alibi? Seriously? Laugh. It seems the testimony the defense has been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot Inmi, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course. Alright, what we got? Witness testimony. I have an alibi. Interesting. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon the day before the Wright, I was entertaining guests in my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. Well, I mean, your guest was both the fucking... No. Let's... What guests? Let's talk about your guests. Just past noon. It's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. Yep. Although that fucking contradicts his memory being hazy because Rafa said a spirit's memory is completely clear, but he said his memory was hazy and it took him a second to come back, so what the fuck is up with that? The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Alright, let's talk about your guests.
Hold it.
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend to the Wright due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inmi. Lady Inmi's cooking can simply not be beat. So there you have it. What exactly was his Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning that game of... Oh, well, whoever was telling... Nostalgia was telling me to check out the fucking checkers board, but there you go, Kachi Damal. But... I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. 2 to 3. He died after noon, right? Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during that exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed the crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or your watch you were using was off? Or you misread the time? Oh, Phoenix, you're grasping. There was a clock right near the table. It had the exact same time as my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer? How am I going to attack his alibi? Why? What do you... Alright. She's kind of busy right now. What? Is there something on my face? No, not at all. I'll just have to start chipping away at that statement about his alibi. But... do I just fucking press everything then?
Hold it!
Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Karain itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what an alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Nobody said any of that, first of all? Peace. Peace. Peace, I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I even had hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, High Priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Ah, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepared himself for something like this. Just past noon, yeah.
Hold it!
Guests. You were entertaining them personally. That I was. Gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guest could corroborate his alibi. It can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you misremembered. Do not doubt my mnemonic facilities. Magatama going crazy. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Yep. We just saw this 2 seconds ago. Thank you, though. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying Gingil cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. Okay, so yeah, press everything that was. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty is a witness. Are you satisfied now? There was not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inmi's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Well, I mean, it has to be. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is. Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what is wrong with his testimony. I mean, he knew the time of the crime? 'Cause we didn't say that at all? Blue tracksuit niggas? Yeah. After Abbot Inmi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3. That means you knew Acolyte Zealot was dead. When you were still alive. Oh! You. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. See Maya's fat tits?
Tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed?
How about that? Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish the worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. Shut up. Just shut up over there. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? The lawyer seems to think little of the power of earnest prayer. Huh? Please no. Abbot Inmi was home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? Don't give him an out. You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, you did find a microphone. Yep. Bitch was bugged. It was a listening device? It starts recording whenever it detects movement, and I heard such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look into the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff? Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. There he goes. The power of earnest prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inmi to continue with his testimony. Very well. What's going on, Gary? Witness testimony. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zella and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. Yeah. Press everything again? Maybe. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. Seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a earnest holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Let's go! Cross-examination. Yeah, it just seems like this is another, press everything. Yep.
Hold it!
You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed, my wife Believe was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Why, yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inmi. Should I have Abbott in me add that statement to his testimony? Hey, fuck it. Add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife, believe, was in the kitchen cooking up the entire time.
Hold it!
She was cooking crack. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hatin Sapat and Melted Mouth. Okay. Okay. I hate this fucking game. They're both traditional Koreanese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes! The exquisite zest of Hatin Sapai and the supreme texture of Melted Mouth. Lady Inmi's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left... Listen to the tape, you heard a man and woman arguing, quarreling, whatever. You heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device has recorded. It would have been in serious trouble if my lovely wife had discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter of me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Kiranism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbod over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. Mai's legs are gonna be fucked after this trial. Sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. What's going on, Paladin? A little bit late, but you're here. Welcome, buddy. I'm afraid not. But I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Why does everybody in Korean have shitty zingers? Why do they all suck? Now, I will continue with my testimony if I may. What have I joined? You being late, Sealed. What's going on, buddy? After that, there was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence. A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I even add that statement to his testimony? Definitely add that shit. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. And how would you know that something was heavy? You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound no doubt was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Yeah, you got that one. It's a prayer. You're not supposed to be chanting it, you fucking morons. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Well, fuck. Mr. Wright? Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbott in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared in that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Alright. Interesting. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, it's never time to concede defeat, pussy. No, wait, I just need a little more time. If you insist. Oh, shit. I was entertained. Oh, fuck. Do I actually have to fucking go out? I'll describe it. Okay, so oh no, nope, not that photo. This photo.
Objection!
Shut up, nigga. Have it in me. You said, and I quote, "Poor zealot. It must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked exactly like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe that he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbot statue behind him. That was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? He couldn't have possibly fucking known? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. That's an awful picture, by the way. Jesus Christ. Why? And that is information that only the real killer could have known. That spirit is getting fucking spooked. I definitely saw it that time. Got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say, sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbot Inmee was with his magistracy at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Could this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Yeah, guy. Of course. Makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... well, if we can't trust in him, we can't believe in her.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmee at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating Mrs. Inmee might have killed Acolyte Zealot. Cooked.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmee could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Don't use fool and foolishness in the same sentence. You aren't who you think you are. Who do you think you are, Franziska is? Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inme killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to try to get rid of the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Hold it. Ah. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife, that is utterly impossible. I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inme stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inme. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed with her holiness and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me in Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly? Oh no, don't do this. No, have we walked into a trap? No, back up, back it up. Back it up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inme. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured out as well, Abbot Inme. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my affair is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. More witness testimony. Maya Fey is Lady Kira. Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So, it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out rebels amongst us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. What? That's cop, brother. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or should I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Ah, well, Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. Get it? Haunt, spirits, fuck off. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Sorry, somebody was asking me something. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Maya
phase, Lady Kira. Yeah. Well, she couldn't have channeled Lady Kira because she doesn't know what she looks like? Question mark. Because the Book of Truths or whatever the fuck didn't have her picture in it, or it didn't have her face in it. It had her picture, but she was wearing that mask like she always does. I was about to say, where the fuck is it? Tome of Secrets, not Book of Truths. Same difference. Fuck off. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is that your proof my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret to only revealed within. I have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. Okay, so this makes sense why the Holy Mother's face is never shown, and Kira is always hidden behind a mask, so you can't really try to summon them. That makes perfect sense. What nonsense? Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Big mask.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You'll need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to have channeled Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Got him. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Well, I mean, we have to assume then that it has to be real Nemu. Excuse me, real Nemu. It has to be real Nemu. Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Inmi was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Mr. Rebel is bad, or Mr. Rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot until something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. Real Nemu, okay?
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Pray Zealot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace. I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
I mean, kind of did that. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Well, I mean, the letter that Lady Kira wrote to the fucking people, or to the fucking priest, excuse me, not the people, excuse me. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least, I hope so. Maybe Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inby, or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. The fucking... Where is it? Oh, there it is. Lady Kira's warning. Only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it. This is what proves the Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Her warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Well, I mean, the man on the hot seat seems to think so. Are you saying that Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption that Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer, and what was their motive? I mean... We do have some stuff that can point to other people, but... The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmee. There's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmee is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer, you have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the Plume Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inmee a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel? And was the accused Lady Kira who killed him? Say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yeah, but what of it? So that's it. Stop giggling. What's gotten into him? Big laughs. Massive laughs. Abbott in me. Just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the Plumed Punisher alarm clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if the alarm clock kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... I mean, it's all the way up the fucking mountain. What? No, that's stupid. This shouldn't be a thing. Because if it doesn't matter if the alarm's going off or not, who's gonna be up there to fucking hear it? You, who is a known rebel, and you, who is a known rebel. It doesn't matter if the alarm was switched on or off. Nobody's gonna be able to hear it. No. Yeah, Maya, but she was only going up there for the rights. Or the training for the rights. So he could have easily just went in there and switched it off at the time of the training and then switched it back on. That doesn't mean that... And also, weren't they only going up there for the first time? Maya hasn't been to... Or has Maya actually been to the top of the... She hasn't been to the Inner Sanctum before that time, had she? Because this seems dumb. In that case, I'm sad to say the defense's claim does not hold water. You couldn't switch it back, though? He died? Right. No, but what I'm saying is, like, assumably if he turned it off when Maya was up there the first time, right? If Maya had gone up there previously, he could have switched it off and switched it back on. The Purification Rite night, of course he couldn't switch it back on, but it was on when we went in there. Like, it was working when we went in there. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now.
this should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused Strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and the victim's killer. I need an opening. Something I can raise an objection to. That Plume Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in Me was channeled. Alright, well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Oh, wait a minute. No, I get it. So, do y'all remember the fucking statement I made earlier when I was like, man, they keep showing us the fucking Steel Samurai and Plume Punisher theme songs a lot. It's gonna be the Steel Samurai theme song, and it's gonna be coming from the watch, which means, yes, the wife did do it. Son of a bitch. I hate this. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Gotta think of it. Yeah. Oh, you thought I thought you remembered this? Yeah, no, I wasn't paying attention to this, but yeah. Rafa had to switch it on. Never mind. That do be making sense. Okay, well, yeah, no. What I was saying was stupid earlier is gone, but the fact that you would have to switch it off at all is stupid, right? Like, obviously it works for the benefit of this case, and you could say, oh, he switched it off because he knew Maya would be coming up here. But assumably, there would be no reason for her to suspect anything, and she would be the only person that would hear it. So she could say to everybody else, yeah, no, while I was at the Inner Sanctum, I heard the Plume Punisher theme song. And it could have just been, oh, no, you were just losing your mind up there. It is pretty cold up there. We set the switch back to the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums. Yeah, okay. Fuck off. Taiko drums. Yep, Steel Samurai theme song. Daka dun dun dun. Okay. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us return Abbott in me's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Nope. Don't say shit. Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still, you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. Royals and other high people were allowed there? Yeah, but they weren't going there. Like, it wasn't like the fucking... the Inner Sanctum was a hot commodity and niggas was going there all the time. Right? You won't be saying that once I show you this evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. Well, we can present the strap.
Take that!
Like, other people were allowed there, I concede on that, but there's no reason for them to go there, right? Rafa only went up there with us to investigate the murder. It would be dumb to leave it on in the first place? Correct. It would be dumb to have an alarm clock in there at all. That's my gripe with it. But if you're gonna have an alarm clock in there, it doesn't make sense to say, well, it wouldn't be a secret hideout if people would hear the alarm, because nobody could fucking hear the alarm. This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's Plume Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plume Punisher theme song. And here it is. This theme to the Plume Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. What taiko drums, idiot? Could just be decoration. Yeah, it's a very stupid, like, this is one of the things where I'm like, this is silly to me, but it doesn't ruin the overall quality of the case. Like, this is still a great ass case. I'm actually really enjoying this case, just because it's not one of the more obvious cases, you know? And the mystery is still pretty decent. I'm actually really like, it's not like the previous case where it was good, 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 and then fumbled at the end. This one is good, good, good. Hey, there's something a little bit weird here, and then good, good, good. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plume Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plume Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plume Punisher theme, so what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, peace, I say. I say, Mr. Wright. What is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plume Punisher theme is a total is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. The fact is that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. What is the Steel Samurai? It's that fucking guy, Will Powers. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in Karain. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher strap. And this avid Plume Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Objection.
It is nice to see Phoenix growing to like the Steel Samurai, whether he wanted to or not. It's kind of like most people when you talk about like most like fucking toku shows, where it's like, yeah, nah, that shit's for kids. It's kind of weird, you know. It doesn't make much sense. And then you're like, you know what? Maybe I'll watch. You know, I grew up watching Power Rangers. I'll give it a watch. You know, it is for kids, but I got nothing better to do. I'll give it a watch. You know, that was actually kind of cool. I'll watch a little bit more. Hey, you know what? This is actually really good. Hold on. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to... Oh! You know what? I'm just gonna do one of these. Oh, I'm prepared. To turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. I knew it. I could smell it coming. Could smell it. You greasy bitches. Present your evidence if you would. So, obviously, it's gonna be the fucking family photo of everybody together. I could smell it from a mile away. The evidence that proves Miss Zimmy was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. Oh, and I can save right on the presentation screen? Sick. Alright. Attorney's badge. Do you see this piece of evidence? What Steel Samurai fan or fanatic wouldn't be tickled pink to have one of these?
Objection.
We are neither Steel Samurai fans nor fanatics. You would not be using this nonsense as a means to befuddle us, would you? Saw right through that, did you? Mr. Wright, I have warned you before. Keep this up, and I really will have your tongue plucked out. This is the first time we've game overed, actually. That's pretty cool. I have heard enough. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, huh. that's pretty cool. Try again. What the fuck? Oh, and I get my health back. Dog, it went right. It was like, yeah, no, get right back into the courtroom. Alright. So, family photo.
Take that!
Daisa no Bakudan. Bites that dusto. It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmi and Miss Faye traded the items featuring their favorite characters. What? Are you serious? You can see the fucking wristwatch, right? And what exactly should we be looking at here? Proof that they exchange items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Big watch. Whoa, hold on. Not bald head. Big watch.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Got him. GG's. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott, didn't we? This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, Miss Inmi had the Samurai watch. So, the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound the watch Miss Inmi was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought was taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. Shut that shit up. Alright. Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie, after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For it is as you said, and Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Ah, how could I have missed that? So, tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! Just say it was you. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go, and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure it out. Who really killed the High Priest? Oh! Thinking time! If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony. Bink! Yep. Alright, I said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite. His blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? to keep the hideout hidden. He didn't want to be outed as a rebel. Yeah. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. By going through with the Wright, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the Wright? Did he want to... I mean, he very clearly wanted to set the fucking murder scene up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the blood in the spring? Use his own blood. He did all of this to cover for his wife. That's pretty cool. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... suicide. Is this our first... Wait, hold on. Have we had other suicides in Ace Attorney? I know technically the death in the DLC case for Dual Destinies, but thinking about it, there hasn't been a suicide that we've been trying as murder. That's pretty cool. It's a suicide and an accidental death. Because I think that, because Phoenix barely touched the stone slab in the hideout and it was starting to topple, so given that, there's enough reason to say, oh, well, you know, the wife could have accidentally touched it and it fell over on Zealot, right? And then the husband came and picked it up and they were fixing it up, you know? And that's why the note says bring grub. So that would explain why he could smell Gingil, right? Is it Gingil? Is it supposed to be pronounced differently? I don't know. They haven't said it out loud, so I don't care. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. You son of a bitch. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What's this? Bring grub was for... Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, I completely forgot that. My brain kind of shut off after I fucking did the psych lock. Because it's still in the court record. I've been seeing it as I was flipping through. And I was like... I wonder when I'm going to present that. I wonder when that's going to be a relevant point of fucking thing, right? Because, like, what haven't we presented right yet? We haven't presented, we presented the flower and the flag to fucking, to the Cyclops, right? We haven't presented the dagger to shit yet. We have presented the law book during the Cyclops. We haven't presented the statue yet. After receiving it, I think. We presented the statue as it was in the Inner Sanctum photo. But we haven't presented the diagram yet? Or this diagram, rather? Because I think this is the diagram we had at the end, right? Because we got this was the first new piece of evidence we got for this case. So everything before this was new or old evidence from the previous trial. But Nostalgia, you're definitely right. I mixed that up in my head. High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd.
Objection.
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. His putrid gaping holes as large as the hole. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? I mean, it was never there. I mean,
Yeah? Right? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. As Prosecutor Sadmati says, your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove it was the High Priest that took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Oh, well, shit. I mean, obviously, Trust was killed by a different weapon. It was moved by Trust's soul. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed in the Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection.
But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. I mean, we looked at the weapon that was found at the fucking sanctum. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon. I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. Yink.
Take that.
What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right. It was the War Bad statue. There they go. You broke another rosary. Look at you, moron. Damage. Do you believe that statue claimed both the victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, have it in me? No. He lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's the wife. Yup. What's up? Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time prey was slain. Steel Samurai! Yeah! Where'd you get another rosary so fast? That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop. She knows not of what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Yep. See, this case is actually like, I feel like it's a do-over for Turnabout Big Top. Right? You have an accidental murder in, like, and they just kind of did it much better because the accidental murder is not based on circumstance, it's an actual accident. Like, there was no mistake, there was no slip up on anybody's part. It was truly, oh, she bumped into that pillar and knocked it over. Abbot in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. Yeah, a physician is going to help with a spirit. Good job, guy. And no petty revenge. Yeah, exactly. This is like proper Turnabout Big Top, but done well. The physician is now attending to the High Priest, so there is no need to fear. Now then, let us continue. And what about half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inmee, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I'd gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dots' escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Prey was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel. I said I felt this was a good case 3 earlier and didn't get yesterday's hate. Yeah, no, this is really good case 3. Dual Destinies in this game have a really good case 3. Which is surprising because most other case 3s are just kind of ass. I'm glad that they really turned it around. It's crazy though to think that most games have a weird ass, or a lot of these murder mystery games have a really iffy, if not okay, case 3. Like, from what we've played here, like, you guys have obviously know my distaste for fucking 2-3 for Danganronpa. 1-3 I feel is okay in Danganronpa, and I feel that 3-3 is also, or V3-3 is also okay. Like, I don't feel like Danganronpa has a good case 3, like, even as hilarious as I find the Seesaw Murder, but I don't think V3's case 3 is anything hyper interesting. I don't feel like it's super great, because I feel like the motive is just fucked. Once the motive becomes fucked, then the whole case starts to unravel. And the motive of, oh, I'm killing people because I like to kill people. Oh, no spoilers for Danganronpa? Okay, my bad. But yeah, no, case 3 in V3 is kind of weird. It is just, it's okay. But for Ace Attorney, you know, game 1-3 was okay. 2-3 was bad. 3-3 was, what was 3-3? Was that the poisoning at Très Bien? You didn't say anything specific, so it's okay. I just thought I'd shoot that in before it went heavy spoiler. Of course. But yeah, no, the poisoning of Glen Elg was I mean, like, it was okay. It wasn't bad like I felt Turnabout Big Top was. The guitar, or Turnabout Serenade, was, I feel it was pretty not great. I feel it was a little bit dumb. And then you get to Dual Destinies. Dual Destinies has a great fucking case 3. And this case has actually been really good too. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inmee. So, the true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira was Prey Zealot. Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. A secret police. And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. So, Nostalgia, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. There might be times in which I'm, like, thinking about, like, Danganronpa for, like, previous shit on the channel. I would say the best thing to do is, if you have time and would like to, we played through all of them, or if you want to play through it yourself, I would say potentially get on that. But if I do happen to slip into I'm starting to talk about Danganronpa, type something quick in chat so I don't happen to drop something. Because I'm lucky that I caught your message, please no spoil Danganronpa, because I was like, yeah. But just, like, drop something like a stop or please no or something, just so, like, I don't fucking kill you. Because I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I don't want to purposely spoil you, but we've played through it here, so I'm probably not going to be as hyper tight-lipped as I can be on it, if that makes sense. Just like the same with anything we play. I have to admit it though, I still don't know what Rage was talking about with something, because you have to be super accurate on the
accurate ones in this case made sense to me. Yeah, no, I don't know what Enrage was talking about, where he was like, he messed up on presenting something, because he was like a couple centimeters off, because everything seems pretty straightforward thus far. Like, the only time that I've misclicked something was when I was doing that fucking test during the Insight, during the first trial. The trick up Mr. Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. Yeah, I'll play it, but at the moment I'm playing a lot of other stuff. Yeah, no, I know, fair enough, obviously. You don't have multiple selves to play multiple games. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot had abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kurnus clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. You think they would tell a prosecutor that, though? I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. Well, it seemed fine if you actually click the lantern. Yeah, of course. Because I was like, yeah, no, maybe it's just sight altogether. And it was like, no, you have to actually click the lantern, moron. And I was like, oh, great, it's not just the actual, like, sensation, it's what it actually is. What it actually is he's seeing, what it actually is he's smelling. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace. Now, Lady In, please continue. Prey suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Ooh. Abba Inmi, are you sure you're alright now? I'm sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Enrage presented Abbott's head? No. He did not present Abbott's head, no. Makes the seances really good, in my opinion, needs to pay close attention, of course. Because if it was just the sensation and some of the sensations end up happening to be sight, like vision, then you're going to see, you're going to get actually blown out of the water, like trying to present something where it's like, oh, it's vision. Now, what is it in the vision? Where you instead inside the seance, you have to present it accurately. That's great. I come here to see Maya channel this hymn. Nah, yeah, you've missed a little bit, Jushi, but yeah, nah, Maya is currently back into the fucking burner. She's definitely stronger than everybody in Karain. Imagine getting sauced by a fucking foreigner. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted a dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbot statue. That means mine was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been Acolyte Fey's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Saad Mahdi, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal systems, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? this kingdom's legal system. This is Inmi's crime. You are suicide. It can't be. That will be sadder than sad. I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with a suicide. In Karain, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a very clever plan in which he made sure to see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbod statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Fey was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira.
But are you saying that you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Forgive me, Your Benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been some other ways to cover up this crime. Yet I had done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been...
Poor Rafa, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Fey is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your Benevolence, it is time I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of Parting, if you please.
Hey, first pull the robe back up. Just make sure she's, you know, these frames. Come on, what are you doing? Very well. Your Benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way.
Mrs. Inmi.
Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
Okay, so at least he pulled the fucking robes back up. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
But now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes, always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you.
So what happens to Believe after this? She gets off because it was a murder in self-defense. I mean, maybe they can try her as being a rebel and try her for treason, but that's it. I wouldn't call it accidental murder, though. Yeah, it's murder in self-defense. It's still accidental murder because she was just trying to push the thing on him. She didn't think it would stab him onto the statue. Also, what's good with this quality? Did y'all just blow up the 3D FMV? No, because I can see maybe it was just because of the particle effects.
Farewell, my darling trust. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright. I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright, 9-0, suck my dick! Yeah! So, like I said, I have a couple discrepancies with this episode, but this was a great fucking... This was a great trial. This is a great case. May 12th, 4:20 p.m. Hey, guess what day it is? Accused lobby. Alright. So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, and even forced the High Priest to make an ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo, or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. You alright? Quiet, you. How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teaching, you soulless infidel. Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do now? I had always believed that the communing with the victims of Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges, rather than the truth. I am left now with the heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual powers not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess, bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. How about you just calm fucking down over there? You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestesses is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess. The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. Barbed head. Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they were always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in assuring that justice was served. Besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your Benevolence, as Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Whoa! What was that? Came from the hallway. Smoke, we better go check it out. Hurry. Tetonate going off. Mrs. In me. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. Veil off. Fuck it, veil off. Huh? I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady in me, we gotta hurry. That voice, isn't that Mr. a Rebel? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly. Hey there, PW! I wish I had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Yo! Yo, this guy's sick. Bro. Holy shit. Dog. He's just running around. I see where the okay. Not his real dad, but the eye patch ready to go. Hey, I see it. Nah, fuck that. What's going on, homie? Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? After him. Don't let him get away. The power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. Oh, Frames, not right now. We're about to end. And if we threw in the Plume Punisher in, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never read what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Oh, we had nothing to present at the end of the case. That's pretty neat. That was a great-ass Chapter 3. Really good. Really good. So, let's go ahead and get our teaser for Turnabout Storyteller. Uh-oh, Frames, no.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
should not have been as funny as I found it. Holy shit. Oh my god. No, I gotta get out of here. Okay, thank y'all for coming out. Oh, fuck. Oh. We'll talk more about chapter 3 in its entirety tomorrow. But as for now, I'll catch you guys later. Y'all take it easy. Oh, peace.